So Oscar Marin going to come out, talk things over. And the discussion here is, look, you got an open base here and a guy who's got a really good swing going. You don't have to pitch to Jung-Hoo Lee. In fact, they may ask him, who do you want to pitch to? And if they say, I'd rather pitch to Lamont Wade Jr., then they'll walk Lee. And, you know, I like that when managers would send a pitching coach out there to ask the pitcher who he wants to pitch to.
Well, here's the young man that's hit the ball hard every time, and that's Jung-Hoo Lee. And he won't wait around. If he likes it, he'll get after it.
First pitch back foot slider tells me they're not going to get after him. They'll nibble.
Foul, look out.
Again, off the plate in. The thing about Lee, though, you even get it close to the strike zone and he could burn you.
Out of play.
Telling you what, I mean, Ortiz is pitching him perfect. 2 back foot sliders and this little changeup that dropped down below the strike zone.
Out into left center field. Reynolds this time got a good jump, but that'll end the inning. 8th inning coming up.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
3-1 lead for the Giants. Ryan Walker comes in when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. And we have a pinch hitter, and it is Jake Zawinski.
16th game that Ryan Walker is coming into this year.
Tried a little backdoor, 1 ball and no strikes. There's a strike.
It's great. We had Little League Day today, and we had a clinic before the game, and one of the speakers was Ryan Walker. we asked him, were you always a pitcher? Yeah, always a pitcher. Did you always have that big crossover step? No. I said, well, was that something that you deliberately did? Nope. Just started doing it one day, and that was it. Okay.
And a strike to even the count.
But he's unique because he's a two-pitch guy. I mean, it's all two-seam fastballs and a slider. But because of that crossover, I mean, he rarely does he throw that fastball at the same speed.
Right at Wade, 1 out. Giants are owed a couple of those. So here's Brian Hayes. Well, I'll say this. We've seen these Pirates now for 3 days, and we're impressed.
Yeah, they're turning in the right direction. They've got a lot of talent on this club.
Look out. Hayes gets hit. And that'll bring up Reynolds.
That's the last thing that Ryan Walker wanted to do is hit Brian Hayes. Now you have to face the tie and run when here comes the big fellas.
Reynolds 0 for 3. Reynolds takes his time out as he gets now back into the batter's box. It's this one to right. Yastrzemski coming in. 2 outs, and here's O'Neill Cruz. Cruz had a base hit in the 6th. He's 1 for 3. And he takes a strike.
Challenge right at 94.
And if you're O'Neill Cruz, I mean, that's what you want.
Well, that's what he was sitting on, and he was late.
Got him. Pitches through the hits batsman. Giants are coming up. Wade will lead it off. games under 500.
Yeah. Dad.
It's time for a change. Thanks, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. What do we got, Mike?
Well, Kyle Nicholas, the new pitcher for these Pittsburgh Pirates. Take a look at what he has done. That was last season, so this is his first outing this year. He's a rookie, 25 years old. Big guy, 6'4", 225. And he throws hard. You'll see mid to high 90s, more highs than mids. He's got a slider and a curveball, what we saw him warm up with. And Camilo Duvall. You weren't quite sure if he was going to be available today, and there's your answer.
0-2 to Wade. Pitch is a bit high. Giants looking to add some insurance. Of Henry Davis. It's Joey Bart behind the dish. Davis was pinch hit for. So 0-2 to 2-2. Matt Chapman and then Michael Conforto. Got him.
Good, healthy fastball.
Is that the one you were talking about?
That's the one I'm talking about. You could just say, hey, I'm throwing you a high fastball. Try and hit this. And the way that Lamont Wade Jr. has been swinging the bat, he hadn't had many fastballs thrown by him. And that time he did.
Chapman picked up a nice little single in the third. He's 1 for 2. .91-mile-an-hour slider. Hey, she's not sharing. She's got my playbook.
I agree. Get a box of popcorn, sit on the floor, and hide.
My wife used to say when we were going to the movies, let's just get one big tub and all share. I was like, well, I'm going to go to another movie if that's the case.
Sharing is that is not required.
Yeah, what a great example from a dad.
Well, it's popcorn.
2-2.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Got him. Chapman had a pretty good idea that that was coming. Here's Michael Conforto. Conforto is 0 for 3. This is not a game where there's been a lot of hits. The Giants have 8. The Pirates have 3. Conforto targets the ball with a strike.
That's some good giddy-up. Kyle Nicholas. Some giddy up in a spot where a lot of left-handed hitters like that spot. Yeah, down and in. Some more giddy up getting ready on the Giants bullpen.
with that good speed, tracks it down. Ninth inning coming up. Ninth, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Camilo Duvall coming in for the 11th time this year, 2-0 in the year, perfect in saves. He's had 4 ops. He's cashed in all 4 with 14 strikeouts and 9 2/3. Duvall, 26 years old, 6'2", 190-pounder.
Connor Joe is 0 for 3. What do we got? What do we got? Still trying to learn the hand signals. I think that was a timeout by Connor Joe. Thinking all the way, and he takes a strike.
It looked like Connor Joe was trying to call timeout again or something. I mean, he took the bat, his hand off the bat. He was not ready to hit.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Patrick Bailey's going to sleep pretty well on the play.
I agree.
A nice series.
With a sore toe.
Sore toe.
No swing. All right, let's see. How did Lance Barksdale do? He did well. That was no swing.
He did not swing. On the ground, and have to hurry. Got him. Fitzgerald has played a nice game at short.
He's played the best game at short that he's ever played. And he's really made a couple of tough backhanders and showing everybody that he's got the arm for the shortstop position.
Now you got to get rid of it.
Nice bent elbow reception. Soft-handed. Big arm.
Olivares takes a strike. Olivares takes a strike. chance to say it 3 times in a row.
Woo. Well, that was a 101 cutter. And, I mean, I don't think he was trying to throw a cutter. I mean, that's the beauty of that type of velocity. If your hand gets to the off center of that baseball, it'll cut, it'll sink on its own.
Out of play.
And it happens a little more frequently when you have a guy with a low 3/4 release. But you can imagine how tough he is to catch when you can get some unexpected movement at that velocity.
More work. And Wade tags him out.
I almost broadcaster jinxed Fitzgerald.
As soon as it was hit to him, I thought, oh, doggone it, why'd we do that?
All right, let's take a look at it. Just a little bit up the line, but Wade going up to get it, dropped the glove. And Oliveras had nowhere to go but into the glove.
Here's Rowdy Tellez. And it's down low. There's a strike. Tellez is going to keep this game alive as Yastrzemski knocks it down. And that'll be a 2-hit game for Tellez with 2 doubles.
And a walk. Take a look at Mike Yastrzemski. I mean, he did well. I mean, this ball gets by him. That's possibly a triple for Tellez.
Triolo's at the plate with 2 outs. Just off the plate by about 3 inches, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Up the middle, and this is a base hit. And Tellez is going to score. So the Pirates in this series, they've not gone away easily. And now you got Triolo, who can run a little bit. And it'll be up to Duvall to give Bailey a shot.
Kind of a hanger location there for Duvall. And Triolo with a pretty disciplined at bat. Now you've got to hold a runner on, like you said.
Duvall on 1 strike. Challenge fastball right off the bat.
A throw over was called by Melvin.
Well, that one got away from Bailey.
Well, it also got away from Duvall. I mean, it looked like he had a slip on the mound. They called this a pass ball, and it should be. And you're right, it got away from Bailey. Well, that makes things more interesting.
Hey, look, he may have seen Duvall slip. Two balls and a strike. The guy on deck is Joey Bart. skipper for the Pirates may be arguing about the clock. He's upset about something.
It's Derek Sheldon. I don't understand that at all. They reset the clock, and then all of a sudden, Emil Jimenez waves him over on a ball 4 with a clock violation. Now, that was odd. So Brian Price is going to come out and he's going to talk about it because he senses that things are starting to slip through the fingers.
Well, I mean, it was just a little ironic that Sheldon argued, and then all of a sudden,
Well, we looked at the pitch clock. It said 11 seconds on it. I don't know what the violation was there. I mean, it is a concern. Anytime Doval gets out there, he will forget about the clock. And he will become deliberate. His nickname is Tranquilo Camilo.
So here's Joey Bart. Tying run is at second with 2 outs. Balls in 1 strike.
So he comes out, puts a perfect slider at 90 miles an hour in the outside corner. And a quick 0-1. Trying to add on to that one. Had a little sling and delivery, lost control of that fastball at 100. That was a nice play by Bailey. Staying away.
Slowly hit. Ball game. Well, it wasn't easy. But Tyler Fitzgerald earned his keep today at short.
reroute the rivers, let the damned water beat. There's some people down the way that's thirsty, so let the liquid spirit free. The people are thirsty because of man's unnatural hand. Watch.
snake, you a snake. I'm so real. You a snake, you a snake. I'm so real. You a snake, you a snake.
Can we relate? Can we debate? But I want the bait. I turn the cake. All about cake. Can we relate? Can we relate?
They got no more tears. Why they can't make no more hornets in your dick?
I don't really think they expect you to use the no more tears on your dick.
Well, why they call it Johnson & Johnson?
I got a better question, man. What the hell are two stoners doing wandering around these spooky ass woods?
It's gonna be worthless. I told you, this is Humboldt County. This is where all the growers grow their bomb ass shit.
100 stacks, you wanna step what we can show. High bun, tell them what we do when Pimp Walk got that cold.
We in the glass house smoked out, Gucci shades loped out, bumper kit reclining with them 84s poked out. Fifth up on the back, got the woman on the front, belts and buckles across the trunk, we finna show them how to
It's too hot to swallow out the school we play. Super tight and riding dirty by UGK. Smoking $100 blunts and getting drunk and moving, yay. Know they do it up in Houston like we do it in the
Good way, Boulevard gangster, swinging on TIS's and foes. Gorillas and blades of the trues and foes. I'm a player, you can tell by how I choose my pose. When it gets to swinging on the curb, you might lose your toes. Dedicated to the slab, the dunks, the drops, the candy painted cars with the chopped off top. Now put your diamonds up against the wood wheel. Lean back up on your leather, chunk of dew, show your grill. Keep it real, this the South, baby. Texas to GA. T.I. ripping for Bankhead, I'm ripping for PA. Now pop your trunk, get it crunk, it's time to ride. Show them boys you got that front, back, and side to side, baby.
got the fire warm and the stars are out tonight. All I need is you and I. You're the one I adore, and with you by my side, we are free in paradise. When you kiss me, I feel like paradise. It may be the coldest outside, but when you touch me, it's like a summer night. It may be the coldest outside, yeah. We got the fire warm and the stars are out tonight. All I need is you and I. You're the one I adore, and with you by my side, we are free in paradise. We got the fire warm and the stars are out tonight. All I need is you and I. You're the one I adore, and with you by my side, we are free in paradise. When you kiss me, I feel like paradise. It may be the coldest outside, but when you touch me, it's like a summer night. It may be the coldest.
going on, everyone? Guiding Light here, back with another quick MWZ guide, and in this one I'm going to show you guys how to complete the extraction mission. So this is the final mission in Act 2, where you actually have to go to a separate map and test out the neutralizer. Now this is actually one of the hardest missions so far in the game, and also try to be pulled in with starting up the special exfil with the yellow star on it. Just head over to this exfil and call in the chopper. Once you call in the chopper, it will bring you to the special event. So I'll let the mission play out so you get a ton of zombies if you can save some. But all you'll have to do is basically take out these 2 SAM sites at the top of the building. Now if you follow my route along the right side, you're just going to have to escort a suggestion is just to stay on the ATV. That's where you'll actually activate the neutralizer. So I'll let the whole entire mission play out so you guys can see how I completed it, and I will catch you in the next one.
Alright, so do not let those SAMs lock onto our transport board or Jansen's prototype is toast. Take him out! On the roof. Get up or burn it.
Firing now. Hurry up.
Moving here.
You should
You can see the test was a success. The ether neutralizer destabilizes any Ethereum within its blast radius. What remains of the element rapidly decays into harmless isotopes. But that was raw, unprocessed Ethereum. The material in Zakhaev's vial is highly enriched. My projections show this weapons-grade Ethereum can withstand our prototype.
In other words, you failed. This was a waste of time and resources.
Not true. The principle has been proven. We just need to amplify the neutralizer and recalibrate its output.
And you can do that, can you?
Not quite. But Zakhaev obtained research written by the expert on Ethereum enrichment.
Strauss.
disturbing. Though retired, I guess a cop never really retires, as when he's not showing people the dark side of the city, he's working as a private detective. To say Joe knows crime and investigation, understatement. He was kind enough to take me on this ride along through the city, telling me about its dark history, of cases he had worked on as a member of the Boston Police Department, and we talked a little bit about its current state.
Boston is known for its sports, known for its politics. I truly believe it's known for its crime too.
Yeah.
Certain things about like going back to the old Irish gang wars, and obviously there's this infatuation with Whitey Bulger.
Right.
During the Irish gang wars, 70 people were killed during the Irish gang wars, from 61 to 75.
So that's the who, what, why, where, when. Now, how about we get into it? Let's give it a go.
The city is for some glamorous, stimulating, prosperous. Only recently has it become dangerous. 5 young girls have been strangled in the Boston area in little over a year. The stranglings have become the chief topic of conversation between housewives on the telephone, co-eds between classes, and secretaries during coffee breaks.
I grew up in Boston, everything like that, and being in the military and being a police officer, you kind of size people up all the time. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I worked for the Boston Police for 35 years, so it was interesting. I actually got in trouble when I was a kid in Charlestown, where I grew up, in a little bit of trouble, and actually it was probably a blessing in disguise, because I ended up going in the military. I was a police officer, I was a detective, I was a sergeant, lieutenant. When I was a police officer, I was in the drug unit for about 7 years.
Really?
And I loved it. Actually, I worked undercover.
This is Joe Lehman, a veteran detective of the Boston Police Force, recently retired. Today, he runs Boston Detective Tours, which I could not more highly recommend. If you're in the city, you gotta go. It's about a 90-minute tour of Boston, with Joe telling you the stories of the city. From Boston's role as the birthplace of the American Revolution to dark history, such as the Boston Strangler, when 13 women were killed in the city during the early 1960s, committed by Albert DeSalvo. Maybe.
So when they went up there, she was found sexually assaulted, and she was strangled to death.
To crimes he himself helped solve, from kidnappings to murders to bank robberies.
I look at the iPad and I see the GPS and I see them coming. They're up in Salem, Mass. And I'm like, where the witches are. I'm like, what are they doing up there? So I look, they're in a mall. I called the Salem police. I said, you guys got something going on up there? They're like, yeah, we just got broken into. They stole the safe.
A guy who has seen it all, done it all, if it's in law enforcement, including his days as an undercover cop working drugs.
So I had a lot of people, I had this thing with, remember beepers? Remember what a beeper was?
Yeah.
So that was my bug. You know what I mean? That was a microphone. So I put the bug kind of like this underneath the other shirt.
Yeah.
Like a V-neck shirt, it would be right there. Right. And I would talk as I'm walking, like out in the street. I was more concerned out in the street with the guys that were selling me drugs out there, because I was afraid they were going to stab me. But the only thing was, I was always in contact. Like say I was at, say the Boston Commons. I was in the Commons. There was people all around me, like police officers.
Oh, okay.
In plain clothes. And I would talk it through, and then say they'd lead me around. I'd be like, whatever. So once I gave them the money, and they gave me the drugs, I would take my hat off.
That's the signal.
Signal that the deal's done. You can go in and lock them up. I actually worked undercover. I had 75 undercover buys. 75. It was actually mostly crack cocaine and heroin, and but they would also send me into bar rooms, and because they said I would fit in. They'd send me to bar rooms to buy powdered coke.
Okay.
And go in and drink. They said that I'd fit in the bar rooms. Yeah. They actually sent me undercover in horse race, Suffolk Downs. And there was a guy in there that was selling drugs, basically powdered coke and pills. And I'm in there, and it's so funny. It's like they would give me money to gamble, drink, and buy drugs. You know what I mean? It was great. So I knew the target guy was over there, and I'd watch him all the time. And obviously I always had another con in my eye. He'd sit at the table. He'd either sell drugs at the table. They'd sit down, make the deal, and they'd take off. But if they went into the bathroom, I would call it out. So once they came out, I would call on my phone. I'd call to the guys out in the parking lot, say, yeah, guy with the red hand just bought. He's coming out. Take him off. So it was interesting. So one night I'm sitting there and I'm like watching the monitor. I'm like, okay, betting on the 5 horse. You know what I mean?
Having a great time.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see a kid from Charlestown, where I grew up, talking to the main guy. And I swear to God, I read their lips. It was like they're pointing over me. Said, "Hey, who's that guy over there? The kid from Charlestown." I was like, "Oh, that's Joey Lehman. He's a cop down District 7."
No.
So that was the end of my career at Suffolk Downs.
I've told a fair few crime stories from this city. Philip Markoff, the Craigslist killer, the abduction and murder of Amy Lord, Karina Halmer, the Swedish au pair who went out clubbing one night in downtown 1996. She was later found in a dumpster right here. Well, half of her was. Her other half has never been found, and the case was never solved. And of course, the insane ongoing cases of both Karen Reid and Anna Walsh. But one story that Joe himself worked on, and a reason I was so keen to speak with him to begin with, is that he was directly a part of the case of Clark Rockefeller. Joe even made a little cameo in my video. How are you, Joe? To give you a quick rundown, the story of Clark went a little something like this. He was a German guy who moved to the States back in 1978 and soon began assuming multiple identities, always among the rich and famous. He was a long-time bullshit artist. While living in California, one young couple that were onto his tricks ended up going on an extended vacation to Europe, where, interestingly, no one ever saw them again. They did send postcards home, postcards written in someone else's handwriting. Clark ended up in Boston, marrying and having a kid, all built upon a lie, of course. When he was close to being found out, he kidnapped his own daughter.
So I get the call for the kid. I get the call. I'm a new detective. I show up down here. I gather a little bit of information. I quickly go over to Four Seasons to talk to the wife. When I talk to the wife, I'm like, I'm trying to get information from her. Like, well, what's his name? Where's he live? What's his phone number? And she's like, he isn't who he says he is. I'm like, what do you mean he isn't who he says he is? And then she relays the information about her father doing the investigation. And,
Another famous Boston case is what Charles Chuck Stewart did to his wife and unborn child. In 1989, 31-year-old Chuck Stewart was managing an upscale fur clothing store in Back Bay. He was, on the surface, happily married to 31-year-old Carol Stewart, and she was pregnant with their first child. A week before Halloween, 1989, the couple attended a childbirthing class at Brigham and Women's Hospital. And then, Joe, take it away.
1989. This is what Stewart said. He said that him and his wife were leaving birthing class at Brigham Women's Hospital. And when they came out, they were carjacked by a black male with a raspy voice that stole their money, jewelry, and shot them both.
Yeah.
Then they located them. So.
My wife's been shot. I've been shot.
Where is this, sir?
I have no idea. I'm off. I've been coming from Tremont, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Where are you right now, sir? Can you indicate to me?
No, I don't know. He made us go to an abandoned area.
Okay, sir. Can you see out the windows? Can you tell me where you are, please?
No. I don't know. I don't see any signs. Oh, God.
Are you near Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No, we went straight through.
What kind of car do you have, sir?
Pardon me?
What kind of vehicle do you have?
Toyota Cressida.
Toyota Cressida. Get the mask, man.
She had a substantial amount of injury to her head and was in cardiac arrest at that time.
We drop this and spin a twist. Get him on the hands right on your chest. Go ahead. Stretch your nut in there, Captain. That's all right. Pull it right up. Take care of my wife. Yeah, please tell me that people taking care of her.
He was saying, take care of my wife. How's my wife? And I didn't know how his wife was. I suspected that she was seriously injured and that she was in worse condition than he was.
Long story short, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
So Matthew Stewart, Charles Stewart's brother, went to the authorities and told them that his brother Chuck instructed him to go to the scene of the crime, pick up the bag containing the money and the jewelry and the gun, and throw it in the river out in Revere.
It's things like that happen to a lot of people, and you just never think it's going to happen to you, and it's reality right to the face, and that's just the way it is.
But that's not the way it was. Shortly after he picked a suspect out of the lineup, Stewart's bizarre tale began to unravel. He became the suspect after his brother Matthew, reportedly driven by a guilty conscience, went to the police.
one of the first cases I was involved with as a radio repairman. So,
yeah.
And I went out there with the command post and with bag phones. So
Yeah.
And a bay phone. Nobody had phone. I took the bag phone out to the bridge so people could communicate.
Yeah.
And they ended up getting the bag and everything. And then once Chuck Stewart found out that Matthew Stewart went to the authorities, he jumped off the 12th Bridge. So.
That's crazy.
So the motive was that Chuck Stewart, it was money, obviously.
Right.
He had a life insurance policy, but Chuck Stewart was having an affair with a girl.
Right.
As a whore. He worked at Cactus Furs on Newbury
Newbury,
Street.
right, yeah.
And he was having an affair, and he had told family and friends that he didn't want to be married anymore.
Didn't want a kid.
And he obviously had an insurance policy, but he jumped off the bridge January 4th, 1990. And when he jumped off he had a colostomy bag, so he wasn't in good shape.
Oh wow!
But he did a lot. It did a lot. Obviously, I grew up during the desegregation of schools.
Yeah.
Forced busing. So I grew up in a tough time here in Boston. Yeah. And so it didn't do a lot of good for
I heard
race relations.
Being in Boston, I wanted to get more into the nitty-gritty, the real stuff Joe himself had seen. The dark history, the mystery, and the murder. Thankfully, Joe had a number of his own stories. And by a number, that number is big. So, who better to learn about its dark history than from someone who was not only born and raised in Bank Robber Central.
I grew up in Charlestown. Charlestown was it was like crazy going up there in the 70s. And I'm not saying I agree with it, but if you ever watch the movie The Town, at the beginning it says Charlestown, the bank robbery capital of the United States. And back in the 1970s, there were a lot of people robbing banks.
And yes, folks, he has stories. But as much as I was interested in hearing about these stories of the city and the ones he'd worked on, Joe himself was equally as an interesting guy, and I had to learn about why he became what he did, what it's like to be a detective in a major city, and has it changed much?
I was in the drug unit for 7 years. I was a detective for 5 years. It was the best job because the way I explain it is so when I was a patrolman and when I was a sergeant, I would go home, and in uniform, I would go home and tell my wife stories like growing up in Charlestown, being in the military. Just you think you see it all. Do you know what I mean? You think you see it all. Then you get another case, and I go home, tell my wife the story. She said, "You didn't believe what happened today." I tell her the story. So the next day I go home, she said, "Hey, that story, that guy, what happened to him?" I'm like, "I don't know, I went home." You know what I mean? Because when you're a police officer, a sergeant, 7:30 to 4, 4 to 11:45, you're gone, and then it's somebody else's problem after that. With a detective, for instance, right here, Buck Rockefeller, you show up, it's your case. Right. It's your case till it's solved or not solved or whatever, but it always sticks with you. And I love that. It was very I love the chase. It's almost like when I was a kid getting chased. You know what I mean? It's like just the opposite. Now I'm chasing. You know what I mean? It's just so interesting to and you had the resources obviously as a detective. Obviously, it's so funny. When I was the whole time I was a detective, I can count on one hand how many times I caught somebody with fingerprints.
Really?
It was all blood. It was all blood and DNA. Say B&Es and everything, and then sure enough, we'd recover the blood at a breaking and entering, or a robbery, or a sexual thing. Yeah. And 9 months later, we'd come back. DNA.
Got him.
DNA, we got him. Yes.
Nailed him.
I was actually Detective of the Year back in 2012.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
It was a case involving safes. It was a It's a bunch of crew from South Boston that they were breaking into restaurants and bars, and they were stealing safes. So the way it came about, just same thing. Saturday morning, you show up, breaking into a restaurant, you get down, the safe's gone. So we had a crew from South Boston. They were stealing safes, and they were breaking into the restaurants and bars. So they would be in and out. I'm like, you know what? It's got to be an inside job. Not necessarily that it was a person from, inside the place, but obviously. So what I did was I called all the purveyors for all the restaurants.
Right.
Then I got all the delivery drivers. Then I ran their records, and then I cross-referenced everything.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of like how I
came
about getting it.
I loved it. I really did. It was so much fun. You know what I mean? It's like, so I investigated everybody from like, I had cases involving Tom Brady.
No shit.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What would you say was the most satisfying part for you of being?
I had a couple cases actually. I had a couple firsts. Like I had a case that involved in 2012. The state of Massachusetts changed the human trafficking statute.
Yeah.
And what they did was they made the obviously sentencing more, more stronger or anything like that. But there was, like I said, they changed the statute. I had a case involving 2 girls, and like I told you before, like when you get a case, like for instance Saturday morning, I get a call for the city hospital. I get down to the city hospital, and there's 2 girls down there that were beaten up, and I'm not judging them by any ways. But they were homeless, they were drug addicts, and they were they were being used by these 2 guys.
Yeah.
So anyways, I get there, and I convinced them, they got beaten up. I convinced them to give me some information in order to start the investigation. Then we started our investigation, and these 2 guys, like I say, they were, they were using the girls. They were actually paying them with McDonald's and heroin.
Jesus.
For the day. And obviously, and they were raping them, and they were obviously having guys meet with them to have sex.
Right.
So it was pretty bad. So anyways, we end up getting the 2 guys. We end up going to trial, and they went to trial, and they were found guilty.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, when we went to trial, it was more difficult having these 2 girls because they were drug addicts. We were trying to get them into the courtroom to testify. In the long run, actually, it was pretty good. The 2 guys, they're 2 very bad guys. One guy is a terrible guy, but the other guy, they end up getting 17 years. 17 years for doing this. And like I say, it was the first first conviction under the new human trafficking law.
Definitely things that I've seen that bother me still. You know what I mean? Like I've seen a lot of death and and I never once, So when I was a detective, and I was a sergeant. So say when you're a detective, anything that comes in, any death investigation. Yeah. I don't care if it's grandma or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. If somebody's dead, we have to go to make sure that there's no foul play. So I've seen a lot of suicides and a lot of gunshots and people like that have been there for a while, and
some things you'd rather not.
Yeah, I'd rather not see it, but it was my job.
I truly enjoyed it. It was a good job. Like I was there at the right time. You know what I mean? It was like it was awesome. Like especially when I was in the drug unit, I was there for 7 years, and we did a lot of good work. We helped a lot of people. I was there during the the OxyContin.
When that was exploding.
I saw a lot of young kids screwed up on the Oxys.
When it became like a pandemic.
Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, and obviously I have a soft spot in my heart for women, and obviously I seen a lot of young girls messed up on the OxyContins, and pretty young girls, and the families were devastated. As bad as I felt bad for them, I felt bad for the families.
Never in my life did I expect to be talking about this town so much. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to La Crosse, Wisconsin. On the morning of January 8th, 2006, around 7 a.m., University of Wisconsin-Madison student Colin Fortney stumbled into the lobby of Gunderson Lutheran Medical Center at 1900 South Avenue in La Crosse, Wisconsin. He was soaking wet and shivering from the cold, but he could hardly explain to the staff why this was. All he could recall is that 1 minute he was dancing at a bar downtown, and the next he woke up swimming for his life in the freezing waters of the Mississippi. But as the river carried him southward, he was lucky enough to find a concrete slab within reach. He swam towards it, pulled himself up onto shore, and then collapsed. After laying on the banks for a short time, he collected himself, got up, made his way over to the medical center, and then walked in to tell them that he had fallen into the river, but he didn't know why or how. This story caught the attention of retired New York City police detectives Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte, who are the primary investigators of the yet unproven smiley face murder theory. It caught their interest because Cullen was not the first young man to end up in the Mississippi River at La Crosse, Wisconsin, under mysterious circumstances, with at least 4 others having done so between 1998 and 2006. And later in 2006, Luke Homan would join that list. The difference in all of these was that Cullen actually survived what happened to him. Had Cullen perished, he'd have made 6 accidental alcohol-related drownings in La Crosse, Wisconsin in under a decade. To that end, I think that it's best we start this off by recapping some stuff from that first La Crosse video so you can understand why I think Cullen might be connected. And unfortunately, there will be no history segment in this video because we have just covered this area so extensively at this point. Like, I went back and I tried to find something new that we could put into this video about the region, and there was nothing. We first looked at the La Crosse cases back in December of 2023 when we became interested in Luke Homan's death. Luke was in his senior year at the University of Wisconsin La Crosse and finishing up a degree in finance. A natural athlete, the 6'3" tall 21-year-old Luke Homan was also a productive member of the University of Wisconsin La Crosse Eagles basketball team. On the evening of the 29th of September 2006, Luke was out with some friends just hitting the bars to celebrate Oktoberfest. He mostly stuck to bars in the area of 3rd and J, with credible witnesses last placing him at The Vibe around 9 p.m. The Vibe was the first bar Luke visited that night and possibly the only one. There were unconfirmed reports that he was at 2 different bars that night, which were communicated by his basketball coach, Ken Coble. He may have left The Vibe on the 300 block of 4th Street South as early as 9 p.m., and his friends seemed to be unsure if he left before or after they did. After leaving The Vibe, he was allegedly spotted at Coconut Joe's at 128 3rd Street South around 11:30 p.m. Then, another person said that they saw him at the library, a bar across the street from Coconut Joe's, between 1 and 2 a.m., and then the last reported sighting of Luke occurred at The Vibe at around 2:30 a.m. During the course of the investigation, police dogs managed to scent Luke, and they followed his trail from the 300 block of South 3rd Street, or 3rd Street South, I should say, to Pearl Street, then to the river's edge in Riverside Park. At this point, they brought out cadaver dogs because they had a general idea of where to be looking, and the dogs had led them right to the riverbank. Those cadaver dogs were brought in the morning of Monday, October 2nd, and they quickly narrowed the search area enough for divers to get into the water and start looking for Luke. A dive team from the La Crosse Area Underwater Rescue Service managed to locate Luke's body about 10 feet underwater and, to quote the news reports, a few feet from the shore. When he was recovered, he was still wearing the same clothes, the same maroon sweatshirt, the t-shirt underneath it, and the jeans that he had been wearing when he went missing, as well as his belt and his shoes. At this point, he was taken to the regional coroner's office in Hastings, Minnesota, without the family being allowed to see the body. In the autopsy report, his decomposition was listed as slight to moderate, although I would argue, based on the recovery photos, that slight is the much better description here. Either way, though, it would make sense given how long he was in the water, about 5 days, I believe, so you wouldn't expect to see a ton of decomposition, especially at that depth, in rather cold water. Basically, those temperatures slow bacterial growth enough that decomposition itself will slow down. The autopsy also showed that Luke had bruises and abrasions to his forehead, biceps, right side, and knuckles, as well as epidermal blisters on his wrists, and 3 scratches and a pressure wound on his forehead, and his blood alcohol content was 0.33. It was likely somewhat lower than that when he actually went into the water, as blood alcohol content will rise after death in drowning cases, so it was probably, closer to between 0.27 and 0.3, but that's still a lot. As for his injuries, those abrasions were red, which means that he sustained them while he was still alive. And if you look at the locations of his injuries, it was determined, and we agree with this assessment, that they could be consistent with a fist fight and then possibly with being dragged. The blistering on the wrists could have been caused by ligatures rubbing against them as somebody was dragged like this. And the bruise pattern on the forehead resembled the toe of a woman's boot. This aspect led us to hypothesize that if something did happen to Luke, if he was attacked, then a woman was likely involved. It also seemed possible that Luke was unconscious when he went into the water, which could be explained by the very high blood alcohol content, and the bindings on his wrists, if that's what those were from, could have been a precaution against him waking up. In addition to that, he also had trace amounts of GHB in his system, though not enough to say for certain whether he had been drugged. As for his clothes, they were a little muddy, he had broken belt loops, and his sweatshirt was speckled with a polish-like orange flecks. And while those could all be coincidences, they could also be consistent with someone being grasped by the shirt and belt loops as they were dragged or tossed while unconscious. So, the combination of extreme intoxication, antemortem injuries, the lack of water in Luke's lungs, his recovery location, and the locations of his wounds all made me a little bit suspicious about the idea that Luke simply fell into the water. And of course, it wasn't that any of these things were inexplicable individually. It was that, put together, all of them at once seemed a little bit unlikely if this were simply an accident. So, if it were just Luke Homan, I would probably write it off as a freak accident. It would just be something weird that happened. But the thing is, it wasn't just Luke Homan. Luke was the 5th drowning death under nearly identical circumstances in La Crosse in under a decade. It seems to have started on September 28, 1997, with a 28-year-old man named Charles Blatz. Like Luke Homan, the 5-foot 10-inch veteran and engineering student was visiting La Crosse for the Oktoberfest celebration. He was last seen at a bar on Pearl Street, and then he was found 5 days later off the 7th Street boat landing. When he was found, he was floating face down, and he had a BAC of .31. The next in the list was 20-year-old Viterbo University student and baseball player Nathan Kapfer, who was last seen walking alone down 3rd Street after being cited for underage drinking at Brothers Bar at 306 Pearl Street. This occurred on February 18, 1998, and in Riverside Park, near where it's believed these men went into the water, they found his hat, his wallet, and his citation documents. At autopsy, Nathan Kapfer had a BAC of .22. About a year later, on April 11, 1999, 20-year-old Jeffrey Giese disappeared. A student at the University of Wisconsin La Crosse, he was last seen at Club Millennium at 121 3rd Street talking to 2 girls. Like the others, he was average to above average in height at 6'2", and he had a high-earning career. He was going to be an engineer. He was found May 24th in Running Slough, part of the Mississippi River, 1.5 miles from where Charles was found, with a BAC of .42. And then following this, there are 5 years until we get a similar drowning. 5-foot 9-inch tall wrestler and UWL student Jared Dion was last seen outside of John's Bar at 109 3rd Street around 2:30 a.m. on April 10th, 2004. And then he was found in nearly the exact same location that Luke Homan would be found 2 years later. Also, like Luke, his body did not float, and he was eventually found by divers. Near the scene, they found his hat hanging from a post, and at autopsy, his BAC was .27. So with all of that covered, let's run through the similarities. Charles Blatz, Nathan Kapfer, Jeffrey Giese, Jared Dion, and Luke Homan were all seen at bars on 3rd Street the night they disappeared, and all 5 were found downriver of Riverside Park. All of them except for Nathan Kapfer were, so far as I can tell, single, which led me to believe that maybe they were going to Riverside Park to meet up with a girl that they had first met at the bars. It's possible that Nathan could be unconnected, he could have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or maybe his relationship wasn't as serious as we were led to believe. Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte, the investigators of the Smiley Face murder theory, believe that these are not a series of tragic accidents, but rather a series of homicides. And in their book, Case Studies in Drowning Forensics, they say that what they needed to prove this, or at least to make it to the next step of the investigation, was a survivor. And the question we're asking here, the same question that they asked, is could that be Colin Fortney? Just hours before he pulled himself from the Mississippi River, 21-year-old Viroqua native Colin Fortney was out with friends at bars on 3rd Street. Unfortunately, there aren't very many personal details about Colin floating around out there, such as what his field of study was, whether or not he was an athlete, things like that, so it's hard to compare him with the rest of the possible victimology. Very little is known about the events of that night either, as the investigation was rather limited since Colin was found alive. Most of what we do know about that night comes from witness statements, which tell us that Colin and his friend Ryan Larson had driven to La Crosse to visit another friend at UWL, Jay Hoffland. According to police reports, Colin said that he had left John's Bar at 109 3rd Street North around 1:45 a.m. without either Ryan or Jay. After that, Cullen says he remembers nothing until he woke up in the river and pulled himself ashore, after which he says he passed out, coming to around 7 a.m., at which point he walked into Gunderson Lutheran Medical Center. Police didn't have a ton to work with in this case, their only possible lead being an acquaintance of Cullen's named Nick Thompson, who was believed to have been at the same bar that night and showed up in the same hospital that morning. While Cullen walked himself in, it seems that Nick was found passed out in the lobby. Nick Thompson could not recall the events of the previous night any better than Cullen Fortney could, and while he didn't end up in the river, his car somehow ended up
header right off the fence.
not at his house. He had parked it in the lot of Whetstone Electric at 214 Vine Street, and it ended up on the 900 block of King Street. Another similarity between the two men was that they had both been drinking, though to what extent is unclear in Thompson's case. We know that Cullen had a BAC of .04 when he wandered into the hospital. If you do the math here, it suggests that his BAC around 2 a.m. was probably around .163. Initially, the police did consider the possibility of foul play, as did the Fortney family, who on Tuesday, January 10th, 2006, sent an email around to some friends informing them of what had happened to Cullen. In the email, Cullen's mother, Mary Kay, pointed to a few specific issues and then added some more details relevant to the circumstances. To start, it seems that Cullen did not tell Ryan or Jay that he was leaving. This is evidenced by the fact that Ryan and Jay say they stayed out until 5:30 in the morning looking for Cullen. If they knew he was leaving, if they were under the impression that he was going somewhere, they probably wouldn't have looked for him until much later. We also know that Cullen had his cell phone with him that night, and it seems that he was not answering it. Cullen's low blood alcohol content also stuck out to his mother, who felt that at those levels, he should not have been experiencing memory loss, leading her to believe that Cullen may have been drugged. And she was right to be skeptical of that. While .163 is about double the legal limit and the threshold for where you might start to experience blackout symptoms, it won't necessarily cause a blackout in every individual. And in this case, the individual is a 21-year-old man from the drunkest state in the Union. I can only speak to myself, but I do know that if I were at that level, I would not be blacked out. The last thing of note pointed out by Cullen's mother is the fact that his shoes and his jacket were missing, likely lost in the river, and she kind of takes this and leads into saying that she thinks that somebody tried to kill Cullen. The police, on the other hand, were not so sure, and by Thursday, they brought both Cullen and his father Tom in for interviews, and on that same day, they were able to locate Thompson's pickup truck. The vehicle was parked at the corner of 9th and King, about 3/4 of a mile southeast of that Whetstone's parking lot, where Nick thought he had last seen the car. Police pulled CCTV footage from the Whetstone's parking lot, which showed a man getting into the pickup around 3 a.m. And though they said the footage was quote-unquote not sharp, they believed that man to be Thompson himself. Why the car ended up where it did and how Thompson ended up in the hospital, another 1.5 miles to the southwest of there, was not really explained. As for Cullen, when he and his father were interviewed, they managed to narrow down the area where they believed he had gone into the river. While news reports don't say where exactly this spot was, Gannon and Duarte seem to believe that it was somewhere in the vicinity of Needbalski Bridge on Hood Street. Reports of this whole thing are a little bit confusing because some say that this is where he was pulled out, some say that this is where he went in. It seems they were unsure of if he went in, where he came out, all of that. But regardless, on the shoreline, where he led police, they found some of his personal items, but what those personal items were is not revealed. As for the memory loss, when Cullen's urinalysis came back, it showed no signs that he had been dosed with GHB, Rohypnol, or any other date rape drug. Taking all of that into account, police concluded that Cullen Fortney and Nick Thompson's appearances at the hospital that morning were unconnected, and that Cullen had most likely accidentally fallen into the river somewhere near where he pulled himself out. Reports from the immediate aftermath of the case suggest that the Fortneys were happy with the outcome of the investigation, going so far as to quote their spokesman as saying, "The family continues to believe the La Crosse Police Department did an outstanding job on the investigation." Other factors, however, tell a bit of a different story. While this alone doesn't prove anything, when Gannon and Duarte went to speak with Cullen's parents back in 2006, they were told that they just didn't really want to talk about it and they wanted to put the whole incident behind them. Now, while it's totally possible that they legitimately just didn't want to be bothered, Cullen's reaction makes me question that. Gannon and Duarte managed to track Cullen to Madison, and they went to the city, sat down, and asked him to recount that night for them. Cullen said that he remembered dancing at John's bar around closing time, then waking up in the Mississippi swimming for his life, at which point he managed to swim up to a concrete slab and pull himself ashore. Then, once safely on land, he passed out. At this point in the interview, Gannon says that Cullen looked nervous, and that he admitted some people and the police thought I was making this story up. And Gannon said that as he was having the conversation with Cullen, it seemed more like he was talking to a victim than a kid who was just embarrassed about falling into the river. When asked to continue, Cullen said that he awoke after a while and that he heard the sound of the early morning traffic, and that he went towards that traffic, Then when he saw Gunderson Medical Center, towards that. So basically he got up and he immediately began looking for help. As for the amount of time between Cullen going into the water and Cullen going to get help, he says he believed he was only in the water 5 to 10 minutes and then on shore for another 10 to 15, though it must have been hours since I walked into the hospital at 7 o'clock. Once inside, he told the front desk he'd lost his hat, jacket, shoes, cell phone, and $20 in cash, though he still had his wallet. And in my opinion, this is where we encounter the first issue with the police narrative. Timing. That's because in order for Cullen to have fallen into the river accidentally because he was drunk, he would have to have gone in shortly after 2 a.m. This is because after 2 a.m., he'd only be getting more and more sober, which means that with every passing hour, the chance he was going to do something that stupid decreased considerably. If he'd gone in any later than 4 a.m., for example, his blood alcohol content would have been below 0.12, making it unlikely that he would just simply stumble his way into the river any later than this point. And that's important because in freezing cold water, hypothermia takes hold in just 15 minutes or less. And with air temperatures being just as low, 32 degrees, Cullen would have been unable to warm himself up. This means that he would have died in 30 to 90 minutes. So, if Cullen had fallen into the 32.5 degree water at any point between 2 and 4 a.m., he would have succumbed by 5:30 a.m. And he would have likely been unconscious or immobile for some time before that. This means that Cullen must have gone into the water no earlier than 6 a.m., otherwise he would not have survived. The problem with that is that if he went in after 6 a.m., then his blood alcohol content would have been below 0.06, making him legally sober enough to drive and therefore very unlikely to fall into the river. And this brings us to the next issue here, memory. Memory loss is already iffy at 0.163 BAC, and it only becomes more and more unlikely as you sober up. Even if Cullen blacked out at 0.163 around 1:45 a.m., he should have been coming back to consciousness by 3 a.m. when his blood alcohol level dropped to just 0.14. At the very least, he should remember falling in, and then also anything immediately preceding that. Things such as how he got there, and was he with anybody when he went into the water. But Cullen didn't remember anything before waking up in the water, which means that one of three things must have occurred. He was drugged at the bar, he entered a fugue state, or he simply lied about not remembering. Now, the only reason I can think he would lie is if he jumped into the river on purpose and was embarrassed about the situation. But I can't for the life of me fathom why somebody would jump into freezing cold water when they had no history of mental illness or suicidal ideation. As for fugue states, those are typically brought on by a traumatic head injury, like in the case of Danny Philippitis, or some other sort of mental trauma or severe mental illness. Cullen had none of these. That just leaves drugs, and while Cullen's tox screen may have come back clear, GHB could have slipped by unnoticed. GHB is a commonly used date rape drug which can cause, among a laundry list of other unpleasant symptoms, memory loss, short-term memory loss specifically. It can also cause slurred speech, feelings of confidence or excitement, a heightened sense of touch, and increased libido, making it difficult to distinguish from the effects of alcohol intoxication. And that makes it kind of a perfect storm for anyone looking to use GHB, because alcohol increases the drug's potency. And the reason I bring this up, even though the tox screen didn't show GHB dosing, is because a 2008 study published in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology found that in 81.3% of samples tested 6 to 12 hours after ingestion, levels were indistinguishable from that which your body endogenously produces. And what I mean by the levels that are produced endogenously is that your body naturally produces a small amount of GHB. The way that this study was performed, people would be dosed with GHB and then monitored to see how much was remaining in their system over a period of 24 hours. By 12 hours, in 81% of samples, the amount of GHB was indistinguishable from that which the body naturally produces. But the key here is that in samples taken 3 to 6 hours after dosing, 12.5% were below endogenous levels. This means that 1 in 8 people dosed with GHB will clear it from their system in the time between Cullen's loss of memory and when he showed up at the hospital to be tested. And if they used a slightly lower dose than what was used in the study, it would clear even faster. And then there's the fact that Cullen was able to immediately seek medical attention, which brings us to the last issue I wanted to touch on, location. When Cullen left John's bar, if he were heading back to Jay's place as he intended to that night, he should have been heading to the 400 block of 20th Street South, 1.7 miles to the southeast and a straight shot down Main Street all the way to 20th. If Cullen wasn't drugged and he had only drank to the point of being twice the legal limit, this route should not have been a problem for him. We also know that he had his cell phone on him that night, and if he had gotten lost, he could have called for help. Since we know that Ryan and Jay were out looking for him that evening, had Cullen called for help, it's almost certain they would have answered. Something that could explain the fact that Cullen left suddenly and walked in entirely the wrong direction is if he met a girl. His loss of memory can then be explained if this girl slipped him GHB, especially if it was a lower than, expected dose. This is also supported by the fact that, in addition to Cullen, there seems to be another person who was possibly dosed with GHB at John's bar that very same evening, Nick Thompson. As you recall, when Thompson's truck went missing, the police pulled CCTV footage that showed a man getting into the truck around 3 a.m., and the police just kind of claimed that this man was Thompson himself. From there, it must follow that it was Thompson who drove the pickup truck from Wetstein's at 214 Vine all the way down to 9th and King, and then he must have walked to Gunderson's, where he passed out in the lobby. This conclusion is not without issues, considering that the truck was not near Thompson's home, nor was it near Gunderson Medical Center, and Thompson could not recall driving it at any point after he had driven to the bars. In order for it to have been Thompson, he has to have driven 3/4 of a mile while blackout drunk, while hitting nothing, and also, breaking no traffic laws that would have gotten him caught by a camera or a police officer, gotten out, and then walked 1.15 miles in a totally different direction to the hospital. Not impossible, but also not really what you'd call likely. A couple of more likely outcomes would be that Thompson is either lying about what happened that night, or he was not the one driving the truck. Taking all of the evidence into account, it's my opinion that Cullen must have gone into the water after 6 a.m., that based on his blood alcohol content, he should remember falling in, and that the memory loss along with his location suggest his being drugged. A reasonable scenario here could be that Cullen met a girl, accepted a drink laced with GHB, agreed to go back to her place, was held somewhere until 6 a.m., and was then dumped into the river to drown. The involvement of a female perpetrator is very likely in my opinion, partially because most single men don't really need a ton of convincing to leave the bar with an attractive woman, and a sober-looking woman escorting a very drunk-looking man is not going to draw a ton of attention the way that the opposite roles would. It also provides an easy way out, as the assailant could at any time switch roles to portray the victim as the attacker. A partner seems possible, if not probable, considering how hard it would likely be for an average-sized woman to move an unconscious man, let alone restrain a conscious and panicked one. And this partner could be either male or female, it's hard to say which based on the evidence at hand. Whatever the case, I don't think that this was the perpetrator's first attempt, and I think it may have been their first failure. Lacrosse is a focal point of the smiley face murder theory, and that's actually how I became aware of these cases. And while I do have mixed feelings about the overall smiley face killer's concept, I am becoming more and more convinced that during this period in Lacrosse, something was going on. If Cullen had drowned that night, he would have been the 5th of 6 college-age young men to die under nearly identical circumstances in just 9 years. All 6 of these incidents occurred during the school year, all subjects were seen at bars on the 100 block of 3rd Street, all ended up downriver of Riverside Park, and all were Caucasian men in their early 20s. Cullen differed from the rest of them in one small but potentially crucial way. He was nowhere near as intoxicated. All other potential victims were between just under 3 times the legal limit at .22 and just over 5 times the legal limit at .42. With Cullen at just .163, his attacker may have underdosed him, resulting in his ability to snap out of it when he hit the water. Because of everything that we covered in this and the previous Lacrosse, Wisconsin video, and in light of the ongoing Riley Strain situation in Nashville, it is my opinion that there is enough evidence to warrant a serious investigation by the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, who have looked at this case in the past, but ultimately wrote it off as a series of unconnected accidents. Now, I'll be getting to the broader smiley face killers thing in a second, but I did want to take this opportunity to quickly give a couple of comments on the Riley Strain case. First, I would like to apologize for an error in the original Riley Strain video that we did. During the segment where we talked about the first set of CCTV clips to capture Riley, I said that it looked like the camera froze, like the clip just froze and then suddenly Riley's on the ground. Then, in the video that we actually put out, we had a clip where it doesn't freeze at all. Riley just obviously falls onto the ground. The reason that my narration did not match what was on screen is that Aiden did a better job finding clips of Riley Strain on CCTV than I did while researching.
It's also entirely on me as well, because my standards for what CCTV footage were a little bit unrealistic, considering I thought that some small glitches were what he was talking about, and so I had no reason in my head to check with him, so it's very much on my end too.
Thank you for sharing some of the blame, baby.
I can't let you take the fall for something that's half my fault as well.
I also apologize that in attempting to fix that little error with the limited tools given to us by YouTube, it seemed to have caused the second half of the video to desync the audio. We can and will do better. I would also like to add that while it's very possible that Riley sustained some sort of head injury when he tripped and fell there, I don't think that that necessarily has any bearing on what ultimately happened to him. Because I think the crux of the issue is we have this camera footage from right before he hits a completely fenced area of that trail. Basically, the last point that Riley is seen, from any point onward, he would have had to climb over a chain link fence to get down to the river. And if you look at this spot, it's not a gentle slope down to that river. This is, a few degrees from being a cliff. So even if he did sustain a head injury when he fell, I don't think that head injury is what caused him to go into the river. Specifically, he said that it tasted like barbecue sauce. This report comes directly from his mother, who believes that his drink may have been laced, and GHB would be a candidate for the lacing agent given its slightly soapy and salty taste. And since the effects of GHB pretty closely mimic the effects of alcohol intoxication, it's possible nobody would have caught on that Riley wasn't just drunk. Of course, it's possible that Riley was just the victim of an unfortunate accident, and I believe we need more information before we can come to a conclusion. We'll be keeping you guys updated on the Riley Strain case as it moves along, but for now, we believe that what we need to do is urge caution while avoiding speculation. So, with the quick update on the Riley Strain situation, I also wanted to give you guys an update on where we are with our overall Smiley Face Killers investigation. Since we started looking into the smiley face murder theory back in November of 2023, we've had a chance to look at about half a dozen of these cases. 4 of those only had one potential victim, while 2 of them looked like they were perhaps a cluster. To go over the basics of the smiley face murder theory, it really focuses on 2 things, and those are victimology and symbology. In terms of victimology, we're typically looking at white men between the ages of 20 and 30 who are athletes, who are in high-earning careers or studying to be in high-earning careers, and who are...
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Every once in a while, I will take a speculative interview where nobody really knows the truth on the subject matter, and when I do that, I always talk about that in the introduction. This interview, however, may be a little bit hard for some of you to believe, but I assure you there is no speculation. In fact, I've provided a lot of the documentation you'll see presented in the actual episode, and for those of you that still don't believe, do your own research, look this stuff up yourself, and you'll find that it's very real. Remote viewing has been around for a very long time. The US was a little bit late to the game on it, as the Russians have been utilizing this stuff for several years before we did. I brought on the first remote viewer for the United States. This man is a legend. He called The Hunt for the Red October submarine. Many of you have seen that movie. He called where the first International Space Station was going to crash into the Earth. He called a lot of things, and we're going to cover all of them on this show. Ironically, I've heard that this man actually remote viewed his own death, which supposedly happens at age 78. Coincidentally, this episode was recorded on his 78th birthday. And I address that and ask him this question in the episode. You'll see it's at the very end. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get anything out of these episodes, please like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Head over to Spotify or Apple Podcast. Leave us a review. That really, really helps the show. Just leave one word in the review. That helps us. And ladies and gents, without further ado, please welcome remote viewer number 001 for the United States, Mr. Joe McMonagle. One last thing before we kick this off. There's a lot of talk in this episode about the Monroe Institute, a institute that helps develop and hone in these type of abilities, which offers courses to regular, everyday people like myself. I plan on going. Check out their website. I wouldn't be surprised if I see you there. Love you all. Enjoy the show. Joe McMonagle, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here, actually.
I am very glad that you're here as well. I've been looking into you for right around a year now, and
Wow.
Sean Webb has introduced us, a mutual friend of us, and credit to Sean. I've been listening to you for about a year, on and off, and then in the weeks leading up to the interview, your voice has been in my head. I don't know if you're pulling tricks on me or not, but it's been
No,
in
I
my
can't
head
do that.
a lot.
I can't do that. Doesn't work that way.
And well, Sean has been a very valuable resource.
He's a cool guy. I like him a lot. I really do. He's a neat guy.
All right, Joe, so I want to give you an introduction, and I believe this may be the longest introduction I've ever done. So bear with me here.
Okay.
Joe McMonagle, you spent over 12 years as an Army intelligence officer in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. You've survived 3 assassination attempts. Army Intel performed a fake funeral on you. You survived over a decade in a job that has a 20-month life expectancy. After your field service, you were tapped for a highly classified black project connected with the development of the first remote viewing program for the United States Intelligence Service called Grill Flame, later renamed Stargate. You have provided time-sensitive and actionable intelligence for the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, the FBI, DEA, NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, NASA, U.S. Special Operations Units, Joint Chief of Staff, the National Security Council, and the White House, among other agencies that we can't even bring up. Your esteemed service in remote viewing for government earned you a Legion of Merit Award, one of the most prestigious awards in the U.S. Army intelligence officer can be given. After your military retirement, you spent decades as a remote viewing consultant for U.S. intelligence, saving dozens of lives, including those of some missing children. You have remote viewed everything from classified submarines to hostage situations and even Mars. You've performed numerous successful remote viewings on live television in Japan and the U.S., and you currently guest teach remote viewing at the Monroe Institute. Many call you a psychic spy, but you are remote viewer number 001 for the United States. Joe, I'm out of breath now. Welcome to the Sean Ryan Show. It is an honor to have you here. So I can't wait to get your life story.
I just have to say one thing, and that's the 3 assassination attempts. You could interpret one of them as an attempt, and that was when I was in Austria eating dinner with my ex-wife and close friend, and got something in my drink that wiped me out. I had no heartbeat until he got me to a clinic, and surprised everybody by coming back to life.
Wow.
And as a result, got smuggled out to a rest home in Munich, where they wanted to know how badly my brain was damaged, because I had no heartbeat for so long. So they assumed I had brain damage. That and the fact that I was talking about God's a white light and you can't cease to exist might have had something to do with it.
Interesting.
So they let everybody think I was dead. And I think it was just a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I met somebody at Lynchburg, Virginia, who came up with, he had a beard, he came up, he said, "Do you recognize me?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, I work for you at the detachment, the border site detachment, and we all thought you were dead all these years.
Wow.
And here you are giving a lecture in Lynchburg." And so that kind of is, you could interpret that as an assassination attempt. There's a couple other events that could be seen that way, but only from a certain perspective. I don't think they were assassination attempts.
Really?
I think they were just plain accidents where I happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
Well, we will get to that in your life story if you don't mind prompting me when appropriate. But Joe, I wanna go through your whole life. I would like to document. This is your biography. I want to document your entire life, starting at childhood all the way up to now. But before we get into that, everybody on the show gets a gift. So, little something for you and Scooter on the way home.
Thank you.
From us.
Oh, very cool. Thank you.
Those are not poisoned, I promise.
No, hey.
They're just gummy bears.
Gummy bears.
That's right.
Yeah.
But
that's very great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And something that I did forget to mention in the introduction is you've been married to your beautiful bride for 39 years. And
that's correct.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see people with healthy relationships that last, because you don't see that very often anymore. And so congratulations.
I started out rough, but I smoothed out at the end.
Well, you did damn good. So, but yeah, let's, like I said, I would like to, you had a very extensive career. I know you spent a lot of time in Vietnam, Southeast Asia, and Army intelligence, but I would actually like to start before then in your childhood. So, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Miami, Florida, in what would be termed, not loosely, but in reality, as a slum. The house we lived in had bars on all the windows and doors, and we had these broomsticks in the corner for the rats that would come out of the sewers and stuff. They were like house cats, that kind of thing. And it was a bad area of town. It was 79th Street, about Northwest 2nd Avenue, which was right next to, I think it was Edison High School, if I'm not mistaken now. But mostly it was refugees from Cuba, a lot of poor people, white people, black people, Puerto Rican.
A melting pot.
A melting pot of very poor people. And so there was a lot of rough gangs there and whatnot, which I adamantly fought not being a member of. And I remember I would tell them, it's okay to mess with me, but don't mess with my sisters or my mother. And I was ready to back that up. And they learned to leave them alone and pick on me. So I was one of the fastest kids on the block.
What time frame is this?
That's, let's see, 1950s.
1950s?
Yeah. I was born in 1946, so it would be about 1958 on. And I went to Catholic school, elementary school, which is about 1.5 miles away. It's now the cathedral in Miami.
Okay.
But it's now in a very poor neighborhood. It wasn't then, but we had to walk out of the poor area to get to the church. It was a little wooden church called St. Mary's on a little hilltop. And now it's, all encroached by big buildings and whatnot. And it's a cathedral, all polished and pretty and everything.
Yeah. Who were your parents?
My mother was, my father met my mother when she was wrapping Christmas presents for a department store in Miami. And my father quit school when he was 14. He had polio, so he wore braces on his legs. And his father left his mother and his other brother when he was 14. So he quit school to help bring money in to help his mother. And so he did everything from caddying for golf players, which were mostly hoods from New York that would come down to Miami over the winter and play golf and gamble and that sort of thing. Back then, you could only get to Miami by train. There was no road that got to Miami.
Interesting.
My grandmother came to Miami in a ox cart, actually along the shoreline.
Are you kidding me?
No, they used oxen because they could pull these wagons through the water and the sand and whatnot. And she had her house built right on the Miami River, and it was a perfectly square house, but she lived upstairs, and downstairs you could pull these ropes, and the plywood siding would come up and make like a extension of a roof around the outside. And under there was a big horseshoe-shaped bar. And so she served local moonshine, and they had music, and they would dance under these live oaks. And they had all these old statues and whatnot. And people would show up in dugout canoes, because back then they hunted the bird feathers, hunted birds for the feathers for hats over in Europe, that sort of thing. And so she serviced those people who were the people out of the swamp and whatnot.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, the background of my dad.
Yeah.
But he never had really a formal education. But he was a hell of a golfer. He took his braces off, by the way, and threw them in the trash because nobody would give him a job when he wore them. So he walked. His right leg was worse than his left leg, so it was about 3 inches shorter. When the war started, he tried to join the Army. He spent 3 weeks in the Army, and the DI walking along behind the soldiers standing at attention, saw his one leg up in the air, and he asked him, "Do you always stand on your toes like that?" And he said, "Only the right leg. It's a little shorter." So they gave him an honorable discharge and threw him out. And all of his buddies were killed in the war. So it really soured him on all that stuff. And he was upset by that, I think, his whole life. But he worked in a warehouse his whole life. And I don't know if people are familiar with people with polio, but walking on the toes or the ball of your feet